Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh nan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyanggah yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, kota wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini, yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh nan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyangga yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, kota wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini, yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Gunung Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh nan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyangga yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, Kota Wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Gunung Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh dan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyangga yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, Kota Wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Gunung Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh dan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyangga yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, kota wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Gunung Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh dan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyangga yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, kota wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini, yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Panderman dan Arjuna menjulang tinggi membelah angkasa. Kokoh dan perkasa, sang tiang panjang sebagai penyanggah yang terdiam namun megah, penyeimbang kota. Keindahan dan keelokan alam yang mempesona membuat kagum kaum kolonial Belanda, sehingga dijuluki The Klein Switzerland, Swiss kecil di Pulau Jawa. Predikat kota wisata yang melekat seakan memacu kota wisata Batu berkembang sangat cepat di berbagai sektor pariwisata. Banyak tumbuh hotel dan penginapan sebagai pelengkap wisatawan saat berlibur. Kota wisata Batu membuat orang berkunjung selalu bilang, nyaman itu di sini, subur tanahnya, sejahtera masyarakatnya. Menyajikan udara sejuk dan pemandangan indah, tepat untuk melepas penat maupun menghilangkan rasa lelah. Menjadi salah satu ikon wisata Jawa Timur, kota wisata Batu terus menebar pesona ke penjuru dunia. Banyak pilihan wahana permainan, hiburan, serta wisata edukasi. Inilah kota yang sangat menyenangkan. Dikenal sebagai salah satu kota wisata terkemuka di Indonesia, memiliki potensi keindahan alam yang luar biasa. Dinginnya kota merasuk ke dalam jiwa, berpadu pegunungan elok dan menawan. Sungguh karunia Tuhan yang tak terelakkan. Bebatuan beriring dengan sawah, jalan naik turun dilindungi pepohonan menghijau, menambah rasa tentram di jiwa. Apel Batu sebagai ikon kota tak tertandingi rasa dan kesegarannya. Kota wisata Batu selalu terindu sejak zaman dahulu kala. Wahai pencipta alam, banyak orang mengagumi ciptaanmu ini, yang sulit untuk dipendam oleh mereka yang datang. Karena mulai terbit fajar hingga malam menjelang, memperlihatkan pesonanya yang tak pernah padam. Keindahan, kesenangan, dan ketentraman ada di sini.
UMKM Kota Batu turut berkembang berpacu. Bahkan, para disabilitas turut berperan dalam berkembangnya UMKM Kota Batu. Lebih dari 70% UMKM dipegang oleh serikandi-serikandi Kota Batu. Produk khas Kota Batu tak kalah dengan produk luar Kota Batu. Membuat semua orang terpana, membuat semua orang terkesima. Yang harus kita jaga agar keindahannya takkan pernah sirna.
Selamat malam pemirsa, salam jumpa kembali lagi bersama City Event dan kali ini bersama saya Arista Damelia. Selamat Hari Perempuan Internasional 2022 dan tepat pada hari ini saya berada di gelaran W20 Indonesia 2022 bertempat di Golden Tulip Hotel Kota Batu, Jawa Timur. Acara ini berlangsung secara hybrid selama 2 hari, tanggal 8 dan juga tanggal 9 Maret 2022. Acara kali ini mengangkat tema Women Entrepreneurship as Key to Inclusive Growth, yakni berfokus pada pemberdayaan perempuan untuk terciptanya pembangunan perekonomian yang inklusif. Dengan tagline Recover Together Stronger, diharapkan perempuan dapat ambil andil dalam pemulihan ekonomi pasca pandemi. Dan langsung saja, mari kita simak bersama, ini dia selengkapnya gelaran W20 Indonesia 2022.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can I say once again, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat malam, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our special occasion, our special event, that is W20 Women-Owned Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, Keys to Inclusive Growth. Please give big round of applause to our special agenda tonight. In this special occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome all of these guests, ladies and gentlemen, who is joining us virtually on Zoom tonight. Thank you for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to inform you all that this event has complied with the applicable COVID-19 health protocol recommended by the government. I believe that we can take care of each other by implementing COVID-19 health protocol during this event, and that's our commitment. And first of all, to begin this event, ladies and gentlemen, please be rise and set your body in proper way. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Indonesia, National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Dan sebagai informasi, sebelum rangkaian acara selanjutnya kita ikuti bersama, mohon perkenan kepada segenap hadirin yang tidak berkepentingan secara langsung untuk bisa menuju ke area di luar ballroom. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for beginning the sequence of this event, let me introduce myself. I'm Abil Faiza, and of course, it's really an honor for us to be here and welcoming you all in this special occasion. In this special event, please allow us to welcome Excellency Mr. Teten Mas Duki, Minister of Cooperative, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Mrs. Bintang Puspayoga, Minister of Women, Empowerment and Child Protection of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Hovifah Idar Parawansa, Governor of East Java, who is represented by Mr. Emil Elestianto Dardak, Vice Governor of East Java, Mr. Dian Triansyah Jadi, Co-Sherpa of G20 Indonesia, who is represented by His Excellency Mr. Buhsin Shihab, Advisor of Minister for Foreign Affairs on Interinstitutional Relation Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Giwo Rubianto Wiyogo MPD, President of National Council of Women Indonesia, and the Board of Directors, also the BKOW, GOW, and all organizations in Indonesia. Mrs. Dewanti Rumpoko, the Mayor of BATU, and Mrs. Angki Yudhistia, Special Staff to President of the Republic of Indonesia on Social Issues, Her Excellency Professor Dr. Askin Asan, Ambassador of Turkey, Miss Laura Maurice B. Bey, Embassy of European Union, Political Advisor, and in this special occasion, we would like to welcome Miss Elizabeth Gigi, First Secretary Development, Embassy Canada, Mrs. Lady Rosalind, Deputy Gender of Equality, the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Mrs. Riziana Birza, Director of Business Risk of Bank Jatim, Gusti Kanjeng Bendara Raden Ayu Adipati Paku Alam, Chair of Women Organization on Partnership or BKOW Yogyakarta, Mrs. Hadriani Uli Silalahi, Chair W20 Indonesia, Mrs. Dian Siswarini, Co-Chair W20 Indonesia, Mrs. Yasmin Wiryawan, XL Axiata Board Member, and of course, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Women's 20 is one of the engagement group of the G20, forming a women empowerment network to encourage the adoption of G20 commitments in women issues. The main objective of the W20 is to promote women economic empowerment as integral part of the G20 process. Diversity and full participation are essential to promote resilience, sustainable and viable economies and societies. Thus, women empowerment is fundamental to prosperous world and essential for economic growth, a stable economy, and of course, social development. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to say Happy International Women's Day 2022. Happy International Women's Day 2022 to all of great women, to all of supporters of women out there. And of course, International Women's Day is celebrated every year on March 8 to recognize the social, economy, cultural, and political achievement of women. The event celebrates women achievements and raises awareness about women equality and lobbies for accelerated gender parity. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now to open this event, we would like to welcome the first greetings from the W20 Chair of Indonesia Presidency, Mrs. Hadriani Uli Silalahi. The floor is yours.
Please allow me to open my mouth. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Sugeng Dalu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, allow me to express my gratitude to the respective persons. This is a traditional Indonesia custom to address. Excellency Teten Mas Duki, Minister of Cooperative, Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise, Her Excellency Bintang Puspa Yoga, Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Ibu Khofifah Indar Parawansa, Governor East Java, who is represented by Bapak Emil Dardak, Vice Governor East Java, beserta dengan jajaran Pemprov Jawa Timur. Bapak Dian Triansah Jani, Koserpa of G20 Indonesia. Bapak Dr. Raden Edi Priambudi. Ibu Dr. Insinyur Giwo Rubianto Wiyogo, MPD, President of National Council of Women Indonesia, and all the board and committee Kowani, please stand up. Thank you. Also, Ketua BKOW Jatim, dan also the BKOW, GOW, and all organizations in Indonesia. Of course, Ibu Dewanti Rumpoko, Major of BATU, Staf Khusus Presiden Republik Indonesia, Ibu Angki Yudhistia, Her Excellency Profesor Dr. Askin Asan, Ambassador of Turkey, Kedutaan Uni Eropa, Political Advisor, Ms. Laura Maurice B. Becker, Ms. Elizabeth Gigia, First Secretary, Embassy of Canada, Ms. Melissa Go, Senior Development Officer, Embassy Canada, Deputi KPPPA, Ibu Leni Rosalin, Deputi Kemenko PMK, Ibu Femi Eka Kartika Putri, Ibu Yasmin Wirawan, Penggerak UMKM untuk Asosiasi Kopi dan Excel Asiata Board of Member, Staf Ahli Kemenko Polhukam Ibu Asmarni SEMM, Rizjana Mirda, Direktur Resiko Bisnis Bank Jatim, Ketua BKOW DIY, Gusti Kanjeng Bendara Raden Ayu Adipati. Maaf kalau salah menyebutkan Ibu. Selamat malam, Bu. Kadispora Jatim Bapak Pulung Kausar. Kabid Kepemudaan Jawa Timur Bapak A. Wahab. Staf Ahli Ibu Husnul Hatimah dari Kalsel dan juga dari Pemprov Jawa Timur. Tadi saya ada lihat ada dari Kepala Dinas. Selamat malam Ibu, ada Kepala Dinas Koperasi dan UMKM dan Kepala Dinas DPPA. Selamat malam Ibu. Juga ada di sini Bapak DP3A Kalsel dari Bapak Adi Santoso. Dan of course is my co-chair Ibu Dian Siswarini and all women government leaders who are present today. And distinguished W20 head of delegate and all W20 sisters, honorable speakers and participants who are present here and virtually. Welcome to wonderful BATU. Happy International Women's Day. It's a pleasure to hold and invite you to the second plenary meeting of W20, Women and MSMEs, Key to Inclusive Growth. The G20 President is a perfect momentum for Indonesia, as we countries all over the world are in our way for inclusive recovery. The past 2 years have been hard for everyone, and we can use this opportunity to show the light at the end of the tunnel, especially for women. This year, the W20 Indonesia presidency has the mission to influence high-level commitment on women's empowerment and gender equality agenda in G20, putting them at the center of global discussion in the pathway of economic recovery post-COVID-19, while also promoting sustainable development and investment to achieve inclusive growth. We recognize the barriers faced by women in achieving financial freedom, while acknowledging the huge role taken by women MSMEs in this recovery period. Micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, account for 90% of business and 60 until 70% of employment and 50% of GDP worldwide. Among the private sector, MSMEs, especially those led by women, youth, ethnic minorities, and migrants, suffered the most during the pandemic. A survey by International Trade Center explained that COVID-19 impact among businesses in 136 countries, as shown that nearly 62% of women-led small business have been strongly affected by the crisis. Compared to just over half of firms led by men and women-owned MSMEs are 27% more likely not to survive the pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis also taught us the value and catalytic impact of digital connectivity, particularly for MSMEs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this day, as we celebrate International Women's Day in a place where women leadership has strong presence, East Java is among highest populated island in Indonesia. East Java is a place filled by women MSMEs. East Java also can be one of the best practices of how collaborative actions between stakeholders to support the growth of women MSMEs. BATU, where we are right now, is highly supported by MSMEs as their economic wheel driver. 65% the MSMEs are owned by women. We can see how women plays an important role in BATU. From the depth of my heart, I really appreciate the hospitality of East Java, especially for BATU, who have welcomed us with such greatness. Terima kasih, Ibu. Also to BATU, who from the beginning has supported us endlessly. We could not thank you enough. We have to emphasize that today is starting point of our synergy with East Java for economic inclusion. The function and aim of W20 plenary event is to recovery inputs, insight, thought for development of W20 knowledge. As I mentioned, it is in our strategy to build strong advocacy. Adding into that, as we celebrate, it's not about the festivities, but we want to highlight concrete actions from the W20. Today, We must seize the opportunity offered by the pandemic to address pre-existing bias and constraints faced by these women and men entrepreneurs and empower them to be the agent of change to achieve the SDGs, which is the session focused on empower women MSMEs. W20 delegates from 20 countries will identify actionable recommendations that W20 can carry forward. Furthermore, W20 delegates are going to discuss on important steps in building W20 communique. Lastly, we acknowledge that a lot of you representatives from many of our partners wanted to join. However, due to the restrictions on health protocols, we can only welcome this much. We wish everyone a great day, a great health, and great discussions. Finally, I would like to remind everyone here that we cannot risk losing the hand-fought progress of gender equality and women empowerment ever again. With everybody helps, we can put equality between women and men and the very core of the G20 agenda. Let's recover together equally as the front in the achievement of G20 effort towards gender equality and women empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Uli, for the greetings tonight. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this special occasion, we would like to say welcome to Mrs. Hetty Andika Perkasa, Ketua Umum Dharma Pertiwi. Thank you for coming. And also Ibu Hajah Nawal Arafah Yasin, Ketua Umum BKOB Jawa Tengah. And Bapak Binsar Situmorang from Provinsi Sumatera Utara. Thank you for coming. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next greeting will be delivered by the President of KOWADI, Dr. Insinyur Giwo Rubianto, MPD. So please welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. May peace and prosperity be upon us. Salam Ibu Bangsa. Today we are gathered here in this beautiful Golden Tulip Hotel to take part in the plenary main event in Batu, East Java. I would like to thank the Governor of East Java, Ibu Khofifah Indar Parawansa, who has opened her home to be host to this event. As head of delegation, it's an honor, and I thank Indonesia G20 Sherpa Office and the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection for the chance to be a part of Women 20 Indonesia 2022. KOWADI is the largest federation of women organizations in Indonesia with a long and proud history in achieving women's empowerment since 1928, as well as a forum for collecting women's aspiration in carrying out their roles and participating in nation building. We currently have 97 members of women organizations at the central level with more than 87 million members consisting of different backgrounds from all over Indonesia. Internationally, we are a member of the United Nations, a member of the International Council of Women, also a member and founder of the Asian Confederation of Women Organization. KOWADI carries out its vision and mission and implementing its program increasing the role as well as encouraging developing the potential and empowerment of the women entrepreneurship in the creative economic field. Honorable guests, today we also celebrate International Women's Day. Every year on the 8th of March around the world, it has been celebrated as Day of Appreciation, Love, and Respect towards women for their various roles as they contribute massively to the lives of their family members and the country. The world is moving toward gender equality, and it's given as we are all human and should be treated equally with equal rights and opportunities. As the Women 20 theme, Recover Together Equally, rightfully reflects on the ongoing global challenges and its influence on the advocating women's empowerment and gender equality. Therefore, we must collaborate to create breakthrough, changing society towards a better future whilst making contribution to the global economic recovery. It's important that we continue to promote the empowerment of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and women through concrete action given their essential role for the advancement of a country. In Indonesia, there are 65 million MSMEs that contribute 61% to the national economy, in which 64% of them are owned by women. Therefore, empowering MSMEs in Indonesia is pretty much empowering women. And I'm proud to say that BATU in East Java is one of the areas where the number of female-owned MSMEs is high. KOWANI continues to work toward the improvement and empowerment of women, together with all components of the nation and the government as a leading sector as well as promoter. KOWANI seeks to build the nation economy and welfare. Honorable guests, we must capitalize on this opportunity to bring prosperity and ensure a more inclusive, sustainable economic growth by supporting the economic transformation of MSMEs. Right now, digitalization is the key, and e-commerce is one of economic drivers. Concrete support for digitalization is needed through the development of digital infrastructure, expansion of inclusive digital connectivity, and improvement of digital literacy. It's my hope with the event themed Women on MSMEs Key to Inclusive Growth, that Women 20 community will come up with strategic policy that will further strengthen, support women through financial literacy, digitally, and investment. Starting in Indonesia and then to all the countries, especially within the G20 membership, together will create a positive global impact as part of the commitment and effort to contribute to an inclusive and sustainable world. Thank you very much. May peace and prosperity be upon us. Salam Ibu Bangsa. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Mrs. Giwa Rubianto, for the greetings. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this special occasion, the next greeting will be delivered by Co-Sherpa G20 Indonesia, His Excellency Dian Triansyah Jadi, that will be represented by His Excellency Muhsin Shihab, Advisor of Minister for Foreign Affairs on Inter-Institutional Relation Indonesia.
Excellency Ibu Igusti Ayu Bintang Darmawati, Minister for Women Empowerment and Child Protection of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Teten Marsudi, Minister for Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of Indonesia, Ibu Khofifah Indar Parawansa, Governor of East Java, who is represented by Vice Governor Bapak Emil Dardak, Ibu Hardiani Uli Silalahi, Chair W20 Indonesia, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening from Jakarta, good morning, and good afternoon to all participants in other part of the world, and peace be upon us all. At the outset, I would like to convey a very warm regard from Indonesian Co-Sherpa Ambassador a very happy International Women's Day to all W20 participants, and I wish every success to all women all over the world. I would also like to convey my sincere congratulations to W20 Indonesia and its team for organizing the second plenary themed with women-owned MSMEs, key to inclusive growth. May I also welcome the delegates that are present in beautiful BATU, a place where beautiful mountain ranges and its wonderful local cuisine that you are strongly recommended to try whilst in BATU. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate the efforts by W20 Indonesia to gather today to further discuss how to achieve inclusive growth for women-owned MSMEs. I'm sure that everyone here believes that women are agents of change and women are the architects of society. Therefore, by providing them with suitable assistance and sufficient investment, women-owned MSMEs would yield much needed economic empowerment. In this regard, please allow me to share two pertinent points. First, women play a crucial role in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. It has been more than 2 years that we live with the pandemic. The pandemic has triggered the world's greatest recession in 8 decades. It has undoubtedly hindered our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The World Bank reports that it has also contributed to an unprecedented increase in global poverty. While the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting everyone, it is hitting women in many particular ways. Women are more likely to be laid off or even get infected at work because of the type of sectors where they are overrepresented. Pandemic has also affected women in MSMEs very hard. One of the World Bank findings stated that women-owned businesses were 5.9% more likely to close their business than men-owned businesses. In Indonesia, we have more than 65 million units MSMEs, contributing for 61% of the national economy, and 64% of the MSMEs are owned by women. Empowering women in MSMEs is equal to strengthening the engine of economic recovery. MSMEs lead to job creation, economic growth, and represent a source of entrepreneurial skills and innovation. G20 must mainstream women empowerment in MSMEs. This will not only maintain our spirit of inclusivity, but also provide a concrete contribution to the society. My second point is digital transformation. Digital transformation is key enabler to support sustainable development. During the pandemic, digital transformation has become an essential survival tool. Furthermore, e-commerce has sped up our economic recovery. G20 must stand up for the digitalization of women MSMEs. This support can be provided by the development of digital infrastructure cooperation and expansion of inclusive digital connectivity. We also believe that it is important to enhance digital literacy and inclusion to help boost the growth of women-owned and or led MSMEs. Enhanced digital skills would allow them to scale up their business, expand their customer base, and help them become part of the global value chain. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my sincere hope that today's event will be able to identify ways to support women-owned MSMEs as part of recovery and inclusive growth, as well as future challenges and opportunities that might emerge to prepare better. It will take a team effort to achieve a recovery that benefits everyone. Thus, we need to remain working together so that no one is left behind. And we believe that we can recover together and recover stronger. I thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohsin, for the greetings this evening. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next greeting will be delivered by Vice Governor of East Java. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Emil Elesianto Dardak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat malam, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. A very good evening to all distinguished participants. Allow me to greet Your Excellency, Minister for Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Excellency Ibu I Gusti Ayu Bintang Darmawati, and His Excellency Minister for Cooperatives and Small Medium Enterprise, Bapak Teten Masduki. Allow me to also greet the Chair of W20, Ibu Hadriani Ulisi Lalahi, and all the great members of the W20 chair the team, President of Kowani, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Hajah Giwo Rubianto Wiyogo, Excellency Ambassadors, Honorable Special Staff for the President of Indonesia, Ibu Angki Yudhistia, also the Mayor of BATU, Ibu Dewanti Rumpoko, and all mayors and region mayors who are present here, either offline or virtually. Deputy for Gender Equality from the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Ibu Leni Rosalin, and all distinguished participants who are participating in this W20 plenary, either virtually or directly in BATU, including, I understand there is Ibu Heti Andika Perkasa, and also the Ibu Nawal Nur Arafah from our neighbor province, Central Java. First of all, allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to the W20 Indonesia for entrusting the organizing of today's plenary in BATU, East Java. Indeed, you have chosen East Java province, where we have an impressive leadership of Ibu Kofifa, who is the female governor, as well as the mayor of Batu, Ibu Dewanti Rumpoko. And their leadership has proven to be very effective in improving the lives of their citizens. And allow me to also reaffirm our province commitment to the theme of W20 plenary, which is recover stronger equally, and also the theme particularly chosen for this plenary, which is women-owned MSME, a key to inclusive growth. And to start with, I would like to congratulate all the great women out there for, on the happy International Women's Day today. And we believe that women all across the globe are playing an ever-increasing role in really contributing to the progress of our society. East Java puts and places importance on inclusive growth, and that includes inclusive from the perspective of gender empowerment and equality. Our Gender Development Index in 2019 has grown from 19.76 to become 91.67 in 2021. And we have included Gender Development Index as one of the key indicator for our KPI, key performance indicator. In East Java, we have 9.78 million micro and small medium enterprise, out of which 37.36% are owned by women. Similarly, among cooperatives, there are 7,299 cooperatives, of which 32% of them, allow me to repeat, 7,299 female cooperatives, female-owned cooperatives, which contributes 32% of all cooperatives that are in East Java. It has 453,000 members altogether. So the role that women play in the economy of East Java is very important. Gone are the days when being a woman prevents you from actually advancing in any line of careers that you would choose, be it in economic sector or also in politics and in other line, including in sports and arts. And that is what we aspire, because we believe that women-owned businesses do have a very great contribution to the advancement of East Java economy. I have myself, on behalf of the government of East Java, witnessed the many female entrepreneurs who have excelled in what they're doing. Our banks have produced programs aimed at financing local small medium enterprises. And in many instances have I encountered that the owners are female. They have really advanced their business with innovations, with persistence, with perseverance. And I have to admit that they have a very clear competitive advantage. And this is why we fully support the commitment in the W20 second plenary to promote women-owned micro and small medium enterprise. Finally, once again, I would like to thank the organizers for entrusting East Java. The Madam Governor has had the chance to meet in person with all the W20 committee members at Grahadi. Unfortunately, she is on a flight to Jakarta, so she is unable to join this conference virtually. I would love to be in Batu myself, but there was a problem with the toll road access because of the landslide, and therefore I have to participate virtually. But once again, I wish all of you a fruitful deliberation in this W20 plenary, and may we be able to fulfill what we all aspire to, which is to recover stronger equally through inclusive growth by developing and promoting women-owned MSME. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much Mr. Ebil Alestianto Dardak, Vice Governor of East Java for the greetings. This is guys, ladies and gentlemen. The next greeting will be delivered by Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection of the Republic of Indonesia. So please welcome The Excellency Mrs. Bintang Puspa Yoga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome, and may health and happiness will be always among us. Honorables, W20 head of the delegation from all G20 member countries, serve as chair from the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ibu Kopipah Indar Parawansa, Governor of East Java, Ibu Giwu Rubianto, President of KOTA, Ibu Uli Silalahi, Chair of W20 Indonesia, Resort Person, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Praise be to God Almighty, for it is by His grace we all could gather at this highly anticipated and very important event to expand and advance our knowledge and commitment to inclusive growth by strengthening women, micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. Representing the government of the Republic of Indonesia, I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to W20 Indonesia, representative of W20 of all G20 countries, NGOs, universities, development partners, and individual practitioners for their participation today. It shows our commitment to enhance the status of women globally, especially in the context of socio-economic recovery within G20. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the world is still under the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that has led to severe economic losses. The crisis also brought new challenges to women empowerment efforts. Thus, to build back our community, it is important to not only focusing on economic resurrection, but also putting women at the center of recovery. One of the most significant sectors in the economic development is MSMEs. It accounts for the majority of businesses worldwide and are essential contributor to job creation and global economic growth. In 2020, the World Bank stated that MSMEs represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. However, women participation and business ownership is still behind men's. Data from World Bank 2020 showed that only 1 in 3 businesses are owned by women. Women-led small businesses have also been strongly affected by the COVID-19 crisis. International Trade Center Survey 2020 has shown that nearly 62% women MSMEs are affected and 27% are more likely not survive the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, to overcome these challenges, we should establish new solutions to expand market opportunity and inclusivity. Empowering women through MSMEs not only improve their quality of life, but also contribute to economic recovery and provide employment opportunities, thereby contributing to greater social inclusion. In Indonesia, MSMEs is one of the drivers of economic growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. MSMEs contribute to 61% of Indonesia's GDP and are able to absorb 97% of the total national workforce. Women also play significant roles in participating in the development. Women own and manage more than half of Indonesia's 64 million MSMEs. The government of Indonesia is paying full attention to the existence of MSMEs in the midst of the pandemic, not only to survive, but also to rise up and be even stronger. This commitment is also in accordance with one of the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection priority issues as mandated by the President, which is increasing women empowerment in gender-responsive entrepreneurship. Indonesia will continue to provide opportunity to improve access to finance for the MSMEs, especially for women. Indonesia has disbursed $17.8 billion of smallholder business credit for 2.4 million business women and $1.1 billion in assistance program for micro business, in which 63.5% of the beneficiaries are business women. We also developed a new financing scheme for women micro and ultra micro businesses known as Mekar program, or post the economy of the prosperous family. Furthermore, the government also acknowledged the importance of the digitalization of the MSMEs. During the pandemic, 8.4 million Indonesia MSMEs, including 54% owned by women, have gone digital. The strategic measures have successfully boosted Indonesia's economic growth to around 7% in the second quarter of 2021 and export value and 37.7%. As the result, poverty and unemployment rates have also gradually declined. Ladies and gentlemen, together, we must strengthen MSME's inclusive transformation that also will support gender equality efforts. When women are empowered and children are well protected, prosperity will be available for all. Thank you and have a successful webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bintang Puspa Yoga, who has delivered an inspirational speech in this special evening. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today is International Women's Day, and to mark this special occasion, we have several celebrations, and the first one is the introduction of W20 delegates from around the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this video.
Argentina. Australia. Brazil. Canada. China. The European Union. French, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, South Africa, Turkey, the United Kingdom, USA,
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all W20 delegates around the world. Thank you. And they are now joining us by Zoom application. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, W20 Italy and Indonesia initiated a form of cooperation between micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is in line with the W20 priority issues and the manifestation of W20 commitment related to micro, small, and medium enterprises. So please, in this special occasion, allow us to present a video about W20 initiative of sectoral cluster with sister partners, Italian fashion partners, and also Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this video. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big a round of applause to this great initiative. And now we are going to short remarks by W20 Chair of Indonesia Presidency, Mrs. Hadriani Uli Silalahi, and also W20 Delegate of Italy, Mrs. Feva Aveduto. Please welcome.
Thank you, everyone. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon we as a W20 Indonesia are committed to promote collaboration between W20 Italy and Indonesia regarding economic inclusion. We are grateful that W20 Italy has opened their arms to the idea and all support us as a 100%. We also wanted to highlight that this is only the start, only the beginning for us to have even more collaboration among G20 countries. We are very excited that W20 is delivering concrete actions for the benefit of the society. Now I'm going to the floor to Sveva Aveduto, W20 Delegate Italy, to deliver her remarks, and also I would like to invite Ibu Dian Siswarini to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are going to listen short remarks by Mrs. Sveva Aveduto.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. Excellencies, Honorable Governor, President, Minister, Chair of Women 20 Indonesia, dear Uli and Sherpa, distinguished delegates, and dear sisters in Women 20. As the head of delegation of Italy, I'm really very honored and pleased to back the words of Uli concerning this initiative of economic inclusion collaboration between my country, Italy, and Indonesia. What we plan to do is an initiative of a sectoral cluster with sister partners, Italian fashion partner and leather industry, and Indonesian. The partnership between W20 Indonesia and W20 Italian, it is intended to promote know-how and experiences sharing in the leather industry and empowering women in both countries. This is, of course, the main objective of our collaboration and of our activities. Empowering women is what we want to obtain. We have already checked some of the most important and relevant achievements in Italy, which are the unique and Linea Pelle, which are the most important association and the most important fair for leather, and they are available to support the partnership project. So we will go forward, we will meet again with them and with Indonesian partners, of course, and hopefully within the following months present a project and a plan to improve these experiences, to share these experiences, and to improve the leather industry and the empowerment of women in Indonesia and in Italy. And I'm very proud and very honored to be part of this opportunity. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a good following of the seminar.
Thank you, Mrs. Sveva Aveduto, W20 delegates from Italy. And now we are going to photo session. So please come to the position, Mrs. Uli and also Mrs. Dian. And please, to Mrs. Sveva, please turn on your video because we would like to go in photo session in special occasion.
My video is already on.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Mrs. Sveva. Okay, to all of media partners, please take your time to document this big moment. Okay, the photo session is enough. Thank you. And to Mrs. Dian, please stay in front, and to Mrs. Uli, you can sit back. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Dian will give remarks on kick-off W20 Spreader Incubation Program for micro, small, and medium enterprises. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Dian Siswarini.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Excellencies, distinguished Women 20 delegates, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Happy International Women's Day to all of us. Firstly, as co-chair of W20 Indonesia, I wish to thank all participants for coming to the W20 second plenary event, Women-Owned MSMEs, Key to Exclusive Growth in this beautiful Batu city. Women-owned micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise, or MSMEs, make significant contribution to the economies. They can be considered as engines of innovation, growth, job creation, and also social impact. However, women-owned SMEs were hard hit during COVID-19 pandemic, even resulting to business closures. Part of the core reasons come from the limited access to financials and inadequate knowledge in digital and other technology. We acknowledge that besides financial challenges, they also face a range of non-financial challenges in realizing their growth potential. They are more likely, compared to their male counterparts, have limited access to information and also network, which are constraints on their business operations. W20 Indonesia commit to promote gender equality and women's economic empowerment across Indonesia. Due to the important role of women-owned MSMEs, it is our intent to support them through concrete actions. W20 invites all Indonesian women who own or aspire to own MSMEs to enter a business incubation program that will lead to awarding business funding through a pitch competition. W20 Indonesia is proud to announce this evening W20 Sispreneur Business Incubation Program for Women-Owned MSMEs, a program our commitment to realize gender equality in economic growth. This competition aims to leverage digitalization and financial inclusion for MSMEs. Through this program, we are targeting 1,000 women-owned and aspire to own MSMEs to participate to this program. They are encouraged to submit business ideas in the article through SisterNet apps. We will also provide a series of business management classes ranging from basic understanding of gender, product innovation, business roadmap, digital marketing and branding, as well as financial and digital literacy to widen market access through digital marketing. 50 MSMEs business ideas will be chosen for the final stage and have a chance to win 300 million rupiah business fund. The winner will be announced in July at the W20 Summit in Lake Toba, North Sumatra, and they will have a chance to showcase their products there. This program is open for all women-owned MSMEs in Indonesia. Please join this business incubation. Thank you. So, please join this business incubation program by submitting your business ideas article through SisterNet app that powered by Excel Axiata. So in W20, we believe women-owned MSMEs should cloud and should be the nexus of economic growth. This is one of the ways to accelerate the process. Let's take part of this program and empower women-owned businesses. Your participation is very welcome. So, we all cloud recover together equally. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To Mrs. Dian, please stay on the stage because I would like to invite a special woman tonight. Dan Bapak Ibu, hadirin kami hormati, saya akan mengundang sosok perempuan yang sangat luar biasa yang patut menjadi inspirasi para pelaku UMKM. Karena sosok yang satu ini telah berhasil melakukan scale up bisnisnya menjadi begitu luar biasa melalui program Sispreader. Untuk itu langsung saja inilah dia, Yasi Datasya Baretti atau Eci. Kami persilakan untuk bisa hadir di atas panggung, boleh diiringi dengan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa. Halo, selamat malam Mbak Eci. Saya panggilnya Mbak ya?
Boleh.
Oke, kalau boleh tahu bisa diperkenalkan produknya apa, bagaimana kisahnya sehingga akhirnya berhasil melakukan scale up bisnis melalui program Sispreneur ini.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening everyone. So I'm so happy, I'm so glad to be here, and I would like to express my gratitude to Ibu Dian as the CEO of XL Axiata Tbk. And I'm Yesi Natasha Baretti. My local brand is Fashionistas. You can check the collection beside this room. So if you want to check in the Instagram, it's in @myfashionistas. Thank you.
Thank you, luar biasa. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Mbak Eci. Tapi mungkin bisa diceritakan juga kepada yang hadir di sini. Dulu awalnya bagaimana bisa kenalan dengan Sispreneur program? How you know about Sispreneur program? Maybe you can tell us the story.
Okay. At first, I know the KMP, Kompetisi Modal Pintar by Sisternet, in my community. So they share the story, they share the information, and then I thought that this could be my opportunity. So I joined the competition.
Okay, and then you are success continuously until now, and maybe you can tell us about how the weakness or maybe what your step that can help by this program.
Sorry?
Mungkin bisa bagaimana program ini bisa membantu apa yang sudah dialami mungkin kelemahan sebelumnya.
Okay, so this one I would like to answer in Indonesia. Okay. Jadi kompetisi modal pintar dari Sisternet XL Axiata sangat membantu UMKM atau local brand seperti Fashionistas. Karena di situ kami dibekali oleh kelas-kelas yang sangat bermanfaat. Kemudian kami juga dibekali oleh banyak sekali teman-teman atau networking. Jadi dari mengikuti kompetisi modal pintar, scale up bisnis Fashionistas bisa terlihat sampai sekarang.
Boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa sekali lagi. Semoga semakin menginspirasi para pelaku UMKM yang lainnya ya. Dan selanjutnya mohon berkenan untuk bisa berfoto bersama. And in this special occasion, I would like to invite to come on stage the Mayor of BATU, Ibu Dewanti Rumpoko, and also the Deputy Gender of Equality, the Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, Mrs. Lady Rosalin. And of course, Ibu Uli Silalahi. And to all of media partners, please join us to document this special moment. Okay, please give big round of applause to all great and awesome women in Indonesia and also around the world over there. Thank you, and photo session is enough. Thank you, and please have a seat. And this is guys, ladies and gentlemen, the W20 Indonesia Concrete Action supports Indonesian women micro, small, and medium enterprises to be able to scale up their business by maximizing digitalization and financial inclusion, supported by Sisternet Women Empowerment Program from XL Axiata by providing business management classes to win startup capital worth a total 300 billion Indonesian rupiah. Boleh tepuk tangan yang luar biasa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now please allow us to present a video about seed spreader. Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause to W20 Seed Spreader Incubation Program. This is guest, ladies and gentlemen, Innovation Economy Inclusion for Disability Kick-Off, a program that facilitates self-improvement of persons with disabilities by providing access so that they can become entrepreneurs. Through training, skills, empowerment, and business management for disabilities. The name of the program is Embodiment of Inclusive Economy for People with Disabilities. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to present a video about the program and the remarks of Special Staff to the President of the Republic of Indonesia on social issue, Mrs. Angki Yudhisya.
Nama kaula Mbak Ima, umur sabitak lema, badan yang sapelian. Kula sebelum agabung bi mekar ala kotani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat seluruh hadirin semua yang di sini. Mohon maaf, ini belum jalan. Yang terhormat seluruh hadirin semua yang di sini yang hadir, perkenalkan nama saya Angki Yudhisya sebagai staf khusus Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia dan juga sebagai seorang disabilitas hard of hearing yang tidak bisa mendengar. Dan senang banget hari ini mewakili W20 dan juga representatif penyandang disabilitas untuk bisa bersama-sama memperkenalkan apa sih sebenarnya lingkungan inklusi. Lingkungan inklusi yang dimana untuk menggabungkan penyandang disabilitas di tengah kita semua ini. Nah, Indonesia saat ini memiliki lebih dari 65 juta unit UMKM yang berkontribusi terhadap 61% perekonomian nasional. Dari jumlah UMKM tersebut, 64% pelaku UMKM Indonesia adalah perempuan sebagai kelompok rentan. Sehingga bagi Indonesia Memberdayakan UMKM berarti juga memberdayakan perempuan. Maka UMKM adalah sendi utama perekonomian kita. Sesuai dengan arahan Bapak Presiden Jokowi pada Hari Disabilitas Internasional tahun 2021 adalah bagaimana mengimplementasikan Undang-Undang Nomor 8 tahun 2016 tentang penyandang disabilitas sebagai kategori kelompok rentan. Dan berbagai regulasi turunan yang telah disahkan oleh Bapak Presiden ini bisa terimplementasikan. Salah satu yang menjadi penekanan adalah memfasilitasi peningkatan kemampuan diri penyandang disabilitas, yakni memberikan akses penyandang disabilitas untuk berwirausaha. Berdasarkan data dari Survei Sosial Ekonomi Nasional atau Susenas BPS tahun 2020, jumlah penyandang disabilitas di Indonesia mencapai 22,9 juta jiwa. Artinya 8,5% dari penduduk Indonesia. Salah satu isu fundamental yang harus diangkat adalah fakta bahwa pandemi COVID-19 telah berdampak pada keterbatasan dan hilangnya akses penyandang disabilitas sebagai kelompok rentan yang dapat mandiri secara ekonomi. Dilansir dari laporan indikator kesejahteraan rakyat BPS tahun 2020, penyandang disabilitas cenderung untuk bekerja pada sektor informal atau berusaha, di mana persentase penyandang disabilitas yang berwirausaha adalah 75% dari total penyandang disabilitas usia kerja. Maka dari itu, kerangka kebijakan serta inisiatif dalam hal peningkatan skala kewirausahaan penyandang disabilitas harus menjadi usaha kolektif multi-stakeholders, mengingat justru persentase penyandang disabilitas yang berwirausaha adalah 3 kali lipat dari yang bekerja pada sektor formal. Selain itu, dalam peraturan pemerintah nomor 70 tahun 2019 telah disebutkan sebagai strategi implementasi pemerintah, yaitu menyediakan pelatihan, pemberdayaan keterampilan, dan pengelolaan usaha bagi penyandang disabilitas, serta memasukkan penyandang disabilitas sebagai kriteria untuk mendapatkan diskresi dalam skema kredit usaha rakyat atau mekanisme permodalan usaha lainnya. Maka malam ini yuk kita sama-sama menyemangati teman-teman penyandang disabilitas yang sudah dulu diberdayakan dengan menggunakan bahasa isyarat. Berikut teman-temannya. Oke, pada kesempatan malam ini saya mempersembahkan solusi yang optimal yang diperlukan dan dibutuhkan oleh penyandang disabilitas, yaitu perwujudan ekonomi inklusif bagi penyandang disabilitas. Adalah gerakan program sinergi multi pihak antara pemerintah dari Kementerian Pusat sebagai kementerian teknis dan juga pemerintah daerah tentunya, pelaku usaha beserta masyarakat disabilitas dan support sistemnya. Nah, jadi ada sebanyak lebih dari 1.562 penyandang disabilitas yang sudah berpartisipasi dan memperoleh dukungan modal usaha yang didukung oleh salah satu kementerian teknis kami, yaitu Kementerian BUMN, beserta juga dengan ekosistem BUMN, yang dimana tentu kita akan memperbesar skala penyandang disabilitas agar apa? Supaya berdaya secara ekonomi. Nah, jadi untuk penyandang disabilitas yang ingin ikut serta dengan program dan gerakan kami langsung saja melalui kontak center khusus disabilitas yaitu Dita 143 dan WhatsApp 081113888143 yang dikelola langsung oleh Komisi Nasional Disabilitas. Di mana Indonesia memiliki Komisi Nasional Disabilitas pertama kali dalam sejarah dan hadir juga Ketua Komisi Nasional Disabilitas. Jadi sekarang dan tentunya ketuanya perempuan juga ya. Nah, jadi inilah dalam sejarah Indonesia setara dengan penyandang disabilitas bahwa sesuai dengan arahan Bapak Presiden no one left is behind. Tidak boleh ada yang tertinggal dalam setiap program pemerintah dan non pemerintah. Nah, melalui gerakan ini diharapkan dapat menjadi solusi terbaik untuk kelompok rentan sehingga dapat mampu secara mandiri dan pulih bersama ketika penyandang disabilitas mampu mandiri, mampu memberdayakan diri sendiri dan berdampak untuk lingkungan sekitarnya. Dan saatnya kita sama-sama recover together, recover stronger, equally. Mari dukung teman-teman penyandang disabilitas. Ayo semuanya sama-sama kalau tangannya di atas. Jadi kalau bahasa Inggris terima kasih, terima kasih. Nah, sama-sama. Oke. Dan kalau untuk tepuk tangan karena kita tidak bisa mendengar, jadi tepuk tangannya di atas semua applause, the back applause. Terima kasih semuanya untuk hari ini. Thank you so much.
Luar biasa, boleh berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Mbak Angki, boleh tetap berada di atas panggung. And I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Dewanti Rumpoko, Mrs. Uli, Mrs. Dian, and of course Mrs. Lady Rosalyn, Deputy Gender of Equality, the Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, to take photo session in this special occasion. And to all of media partners, please have your time documenting this special moment. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Give big applause to amazing women in front of us. Thank you and have a seat. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in this special occasion, to start the presentation session, let us listen to Minister of Cooperatives and Small Medium Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Teten Masduki.
The Honorable Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection Republic of Indonesia, Sherpa G20 Indonesia, Governor of East Java, Chair W20 Indonesia, G20 delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome all delegates in BATU, Malang, and all participants who joining this event virtually. Celebrating the International Women's Day, I would like to sincerely congratulate all women in the world. Happy International Women's Day. This year, we have break the bias theme to show our awareness toward gender equality. Together, we can forge equality. In line with this, during the Indonesia G20 presidency, we expect to provide more opportunities for Indonesia SMEs, especially women SMEs, to recover together. 3 sub-themes have been addressed. Those are increasing the role of women entrepreneurs, the active involvement of SME in the green economy, and the acceleration of SMEs in the digital era. Based on data from Quadli in 2021, in the last year, the number of women lead business in Indonesia has increased by 114%, which is 62%. Of these womenpreneurs are between 40 to 59 years old. Women also play a major role in tackling the pandemic impact on society. For instance, in the last 2 years during the pandemic, around 10% of women have started a business in the healthcare sector, higher than men's contribution, which only 5%. Statistics also show that 62% of women own business made their business as main source of income. This means that their decision to start business are driven by economic need in order to increase household income. Indonesia, with more than 64 million SMEs, contribute to 60% of the national economy. 64% of these SMEs are women. Therefore, empowering SMEs in Indonesia also means empowering a woman. Women are no longer placed as secondary or complementary player, but as core player in the sustainability of SME business. It is clear that the role of women as entrepreneur need to be mainstreamed through policy related to SMEs. I wish for a successful W20 plenary main event, webinar and training. I hope this event would provide benefit to all participants and bring positive impact to womenpreneurs, women SMEs in G20 economies. Thank you, and I wish all participants a very enjoyable and productive meeting. Stay safe and healthy to all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teten. Mas Dugi, stay safe and stay healthy too, sir. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the main plenary event on women-owned MSMEs, key to inclusive growth. The moderate this session is a special woman. So I would like to introduce you our special moderator, Mrs. Farah Diba Tenri Lemba.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to have you all right here in this ballroom of BATU East Java and also from Zoom. Thank you so much, delegates, for joining with us. Once again, welcome to the W20 Indonesia Presidency. We are at the main event, which are now in the second issue priority, as we have 4 priority issues, and now we are in our second priority. It is about women-owned MSMEs, key to inclusive growth. Before we begin, I would like to say thank you to the continued support to W20 Indonesia from KOANI, from XL, from Sherpa G20, from the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, and all ministries, embassies, and not to forget the government of East Java, the government of BATU. Also the support from all W20 delegates, W20 strategic partner and advisory boards, and other engagement group, working group, last but not least, the media. Thank you so much. So as Pak Teten and all the opening speeches from Ibu Uli, from all the opening speeches, we have now very focused on the economic inclusion. And this year, actually, we are in a mission to influence high-level commitment on women's empowerment and gender equality agenda in G20, putting them at the center of global discussion in the pathway of economic recovery post-COVID-19, while also promoting sustainable development and investment to achieve inclusive growth. What are actually the major issues that women face in MSMEs? What is actually the role of women in MSMEs to achieve financial inclusion? How could women pass the obstacles and accelerate the MSMEs? Today, W20 has gathered the expert and best practices on financial inclusion and inclusive growth in women and its role in MSMEs. At the beginning of this session, I am pleased to have Emily Breza from Poverty Action Lab giving the presentation with the focus, the role of financial services for women-owned MSMEs inclusion in the formal economy. To Emily, the screen is yours.
Can I see my slides, please? Okay. Are the slides in the room?
Yes, the operator is.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Can you see your presentation, Emily?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Now I can. Thank you so much.
There you go.
So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm here in two capacities. I'm a professor of economics at Harvard University, and I'm also the co-chair of the finance initiative at the Abdul Latif Jamil Poverty Action Lab. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I think one fact that we all are familiar with is that women do face access barriers and greater exclusion when it comes to financial inclusion and financial services. The Global Findex database, which has nationally representative data from over 100 countries, shows that there have been great strides made in getting individuals access to financial services over the past decade. However, there is a stubborn gender gap that persists. Now, we know that women might face disproportionate barriers to accessing financial services, including limited decision-making power, domestic responsibilities, financial literacy, and then maybe the products aren't necessarily designed with the needs and concerns of women in mind. Next slide, please. So one question then is, when we get access to women, both women workers and women SME owners, is that enough? And in several recent studies, including some work I've done, the answer seems to be no. In a project that I ran with Bangladeshi garment workers, we tried to roll out training and free bank or mobile money accounts. Just those types of interventions had limited impacts. However, adding a direct deposit feature to those accounts, getting individuals to engage more with those accounts, did seem to have bigger impacts, increasing account usage, savings, resilience to shocks, and it also made for savvier consumers, decreasing illicit fees. However, despite those promising results, some women are still left behind from interventions like this. We found smaller gains for those with low levels of control in their household and those with low prior financial experience. Next slide, please. And I think these results are broadly consistent with many studies involving female entrepreneurs. So across 8 different studies around the world, access to microfinance, savings groups, and business grants only has mixed and often limited impacts on business creation, employment, and income generation for women in particular. And in several cases, it appears that gender norms seem to moderate the impacts of these programs. Next slide, please. One particular study I'd like to dive into a little bit is one in India, where a microfinance institution tried to think about how to make their product more useful to customers. So in particular, they gave individuals a 1-month grace period at the beginning of the loan, ostensibly to allow them to take more risk and use the loan for more ambitious types of investments. Now this worked quite well on average for the average household enterprise, but it increased men's business profits and had on average approximately 0 impact on women's business profits. In some follow-up work, the authors are trying to understand what's going on, why do we see such different gendered impacts? And what they find is quite interesting. In households with one business, a men's business or a women's business, the impacts are quite comparable. By tweaking the product, the profits of both types of businesses go up. However, the problem arises when there are competing interests within the household. In households that both have a male-owned and a female-owned business, the women's businesses have lower returns, and the financial resources are often directed to the husband's businesses instead. And similar results have been found in other contexts, including Sri Lanka and Ghana, in terms of cash grants. Next slide, please. So what does this teach us? Well, this teaches us that there's an access gap. Women do need access, but moreover, the products need to be designed to help women gain control of those resources and actually use them in their business for productive purposes. Next slide, please. So broadly speaking, there have been 3 approaches that have been shown to help on this second issue of control. So first, there have been a few recent exciting studies that suggest that distributing funds through mobile payments instead of cash, which is typically the status quo, have large improvements on women's enterprises. So in particular, in a study of Uganda, when women were given the loan disbursement simply through mobile money rather than in cash, they had more agency in how those resources were spent. And this translated into a big increase in profitability of those women-owned businesses, which is quite exciting. Similar results have been shown with women's mobility and unconditional cash transfers for a program in Niger. Second, giving women control through the features of those accounts, such as developing commitment savings accounts, is another interesting strategy. So if women have control over when and who can withdraw the money and what point in time in their bank accounts, that can give women increased household decision-making power, and that has been shown to be the case in the Philippines. Third, doing more to deposit wages or earnings directly into women's bank accounts that women have full control over has also been shown to lead to greater women's engagement, and also in the case of a low female labor force participation setting in rural India has actually increased women's work. And I think another quite interesting question is the extent to which financial service providers themselves can adjust their women interact with products by themselves hiring more women. And there are several very exciting research projects that are underway, and stay tuned for more on those. Next slide. So in general, this was a very whirlwind tour through some of the recent research, but JPEL does have a much longer piece on our website, and I'm giving the link here, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emily. You are in a we give you 7 minutes, and you are doing 7 minutes. Thank you so much, Emily. And what we are highlighting from Emily's presentation is we as women has to have mobile payment there, and then commitments, saving accounts to women account holder. And the other one is depositing wages directly to women's bank account. Jadi ibu-ibu harus punya account masing-masing ya. Baik, kita berlanjut ke presenter berikutnya. We are continuing our presentation to Makala Krishnan. She is McKinsey Global Institute. I see. Okay. So, as we are waiting for Mekala, yeah?
I'm here.
Oh, Mekala, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right. So I will give you another 7 minutes to present. Mekala is from McKinsey Global Institute partner. She'll be giving explanation with the focus gender economic, digital, and financial inclusion and inclusive growth. To Mekala, the screen is yours.
Great, thank you everyone. Great to be here and wishing you all a very happy International Women's Day. Can you all hear me all right?
Mekala, can you see your presentation?
Yes, it just came
All right, there you go.
Great. Well, thank you all for having me and wishing everyone a very happy International Women's Day.
Likewise.
What I wanted to do today is to do a little bit of a tour of how COVID-19 has affected gender equality and the challenges that the current pandemic and our experiences in the current pandemic have posed disproportionately to women. So if we move to the next slide, let's first try and start to understand where we were even before the pandemic. So some analysis we've done at the McKinsey Global Institute has assessed indicators of gender equality. We've looked at gender equality in society that you see on the left, which is things like equality in unpaid care work, prevalence of child marriage, violence against women. We've also looked at measures of gender equality in work. This is things like whether men and women participate in the workforce, whether women are represented in leadership positions. So a very holistic view of the progress we've made globally on gender equality issues. We've used that then to create a score from 0 to 1. Think about 0 as absolute inequality, 1 as full equality. And what you see on these charts, both on the equality in society and the equality in work, is how much progress we've made. And two things stand out. Firstly, if you look at both dimensions, we're very far away from that 1 being at full parity. And between 2015 and 2019, the amount of increase in gender equality was very small. So we are also, the pace of change is very small. So not only before the pandemic were we struggling, we also were not really making progress at the rate that is needed. And then the pandemic hit, which had a disproportionate impact on women. And you see an example of that on this slide here, where we've looked at labor force participation in the top row for men, and then labor force participation in the bottom row for women. This is a United States example, but you see these trends represented in data across a set of countries. What you see with this data is that both men and women were affected by the pandemic. At the heights of some of the lockdowns in 2020 and beyond, both men and women dropped out of the labor force. You see the lines, both lines fall down. But then you start to see, if you look at the men's line where we are today in the US, men have returned to the workforce at a similar rate to where they were pre-pandemic. However, when you compare that to the line for women, the line at the bottom in blue, women have still not returned to the workforce at the rate that they were present pre-pandemic. And so women have disproportionately exited the workforce during the pandemic. So not only were women behind to begin with, they've also disproportionately been affected as a result of some of what we've seen in the pandemic. Now let's try and understand why that might be. If we move to the next slide, you see one reason for this, which is the sectors and occupations that women are in. So what you see on this chart in rows is various sectors that have been most affected by job losses during the pandemic, things like retail or the food service industry, not surprisingly, because these are activities that involved a lot of in-person presence. Now, what we see is that women tend to be disproportionately represented in some of the sectors that were most hit as a result of the pandemic. So one factor driving higher female unemployment is that it is just where women work and those sectors being disproportionately hit. But what our research finds is that does not explain the full degree of job losses that women experienced, and it does not explain why women still continue to remain out of the labor force. So there are various other explanations that you see on the next slide that our research does point to. The first is the fact that women disproportionately are engaged in unpaid care work. Even before the pandemic, they were doing about 3 times the amount of unpaid care work as men. And during the pandemic, that amount only increased disproportionately. So for example, they were spending 30% more time on family responsibilities. In India, 10 to 15 more hours every week. In the US compared to men. And so a big burden of both managing work in the workplace as well as work in the home. And then also the issue related to stereotypes. Some survey data suggests that about 1/3 of respondents across 80 countries believe that when jobs are scarce, men have more right to those jobs than women. And these kinds of biases may explain why women have not yet re-entered the workforce at levels that men have. There's another challenge that women have experienced during the pandemic beyond just their participation in the workforce, and you see that on the next slide, which is the experience that they've had when they've been working. So if you move to the next slide, what we see is that women face steeper challenges even when they are in the workforce. So a survey that we ran asked women and men about various issues related to mental health, challenges balancing household responsibilities, things to do with job insecurity, etc. And across all of these questions, across all of these challenges that all workers experienced in the workforce, women disproportionately experienced those challenges, cited them as significant challenges compared to men. So not only have women had difficult experiences in terms of their participation in the workforce, even when they're working, the workplace has been much more challenging for women compared to men in numerous ways, all the way from mental health to balancing household and care responsibilities. Now, why should this matter? Now, this of course matters because gender equality is the right thing to do, but it also matters because gender equality is the smart thing to do. And we assess that by looking at the GDP impact of women's participation in the workforce. So I'll give you 2 examples of that. If you move to the next slide, one of the things we try to assess is how much GDP would be affected as a result of the experiences in the pandemic. So on the next slide, what we see is that today women contribute about, or pre-pandemic, women were contributing about 40% to overall GDP, women 40%, men 60%. But if you look at that continuing going forward, women by 2030 would have contributed again about 40 to 60, that 40 to 60 ratio being maintained, and GDP would have increased to about $116 trillion by 2030. However, if you account for the fact that women have dropped out of the workforce and the hit to GDP from that, GDP overall by 2030 would be $1 trillion lower than it would have been if women had maintained their participation in the workforce. So this challenge of women not participating equally has a real GDP impact. If you move to the next slide, as a flip side, if we make investments to actually allow women to participate more equally in the workforce, we actually do see a boost to GDP. So on the next slide, you see 2 examples of that. One where we wait to take action till the pandemic is over. Sorry, can somebody move to the next slide? Yeah, one example is where we wait to take action till the pandemic is over. The other is an example where we start to take action to invest today. And in both scenarios, we see GDP increase anywhere from $8 to $13 trillion. So there is a real impact to countries and inclusive growth from this. So my last slide on the next page is just to say that there are a set of actions that stakeholders can take to try and make progress. Can we move to the next slide, please? One is what we've been talking about a lot, which is a focus on women and women-owned businesses as part of these efforts to recover from the pandemic. A focus on MSMEs, SMEs across countries can really help women participate in quality jobs, committing to building the care economy. And given the nature of work and trends related to the future work, narrowing and eliminating gender gaps in digital and financial inclusion. So with that, I will hand back to the moderator and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mekala. And your presentation highlighting whether this during pandemic COVID, it is becoming much harder for women, yeah. But actually, what can women do is conducting or starting a woman's own MSMEs and try to sustain on doing that. Because I think a lot of challenge that women face more due to a lot of problems facing in, not only because it's not easy to, starting MSMEs, but also, you know, about the workplace that women need to be facilitated more. And also the other one is facing mental problems that it's become a huge problem that women face. All right, thank you so much, Mekala. And we are moving to our next opening presentation by Ibu Nani Zulminarni from Indonesia. She will present Sustain or Grow, the role of microfinance for women's own MSMEs. Ibu Nani, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Vara. Good day and happy International Women's Day, distinguished participants. It's a great honor to be here. Almost 20 years ago, we started organizing the poor women-headed family who are widows, divorced, abandoned, and single women in Indonesia. There are at least 15% of households in Indonesia headed by women. Majority of them have no regular income or income less than $1 per day, and no assets, no access to resources for livelihood, but have their own super micro enterprises at survival stage. So they have limited formal education background, access to information, and opportunities to exposures. My question at that time were, how to support the women to have access and control over livelihood resources so that they can cross the poverty line and grow as equal as others. And the second question is how to ensure that access to financial support or credit, microcredit, will not put the women into the debt trap. And what approach and principles need to be applied to ensure availability of sustainable financial resources for the women to fulfill their livelihood and grow their super micro enterprises. I'm very much resonate with the research done by Mekala and Emily on the finding that actually financial support or other business type of support is not the only thing to bring women out of the poverty. So we decide to organize the women to form saving and lending cooperative. This is the economic model deeply rooted in Indonesia, introduced by our founding father, Muhammad Hatta, as the vice governor of East Java already mentioned as well. We start with saving, not lending. Saving is not only a strategy to accumulate their capital, but also a strategy to train the women to manage their own resources, be independent, and be proud of their own capacities. The micro lending only happens after the cooperative accumulates saving from their members. It is given to the most needy member first. Additional capital from outsource can only be given after the cooperative grows and the members' need also grows, their micro enterprises also grows. The cooperative apply collective decision-making where members have access and control over the decision-making and agreed on any regulation applied to the members. So the leadership have fully accountable to their membership. And during annual meeting, they will report to the members and decide on the cooperative profit and risk sharing. Moreover, the cooperative become the learning space for the members, including learning about democratic system and economy. One member, one vote is a principle that make cooperative become inclusive and equality for all. Financial institution and the financial institution owned by women enterprises. I think as the researchers mentioned before that access is not enough. Women need to have control. In this strategy, community organizers play very critical and important role as capacity builders, facilitators, connectors, and build partnership cooperative. So although it's not as smooth as we wish, this approach worked for the women-headed family quite well. Some indicators shows that the growth is quite positive. Individual saving increased more than 150% per year. The loan unit increased around 800% per year, and the profit sharing they earn also increased almost every year. So we face some challenges. First, of course, the perspective that women, this is the bias, that women are great borrowers has caused women become target of money lenders, both formal and informal. Many programs only focusing to lend money to women entrepreneurs without empowerment and capacity building support and investment. So there is still biased success indicators of financial support to women SMEs, which is loan disbursement. So how much money, how many people, how many borrowers, all this kind of indicator. So without considering whether the women have fully control over their resources and their well-being. Therefore, in many cases, women trap into the debt trap and have stressful life experiences. So the other challenges is the transformation of women producers to traders and consumers due to economic difficulties, economic challenge, and global market penetrations. So I would like to end my presentation by offering some recommendations. First, of course, it's very important as W20 to recommend to our government to create an ecosystem for women empowerment so that women can overcome their obstacles to grow their entrepreneurship. And second, micro-lending should not only focus on access to financial resources, but also ensure that women have control over their assets and financial decisions making. And third, poverty alleviation policy should be systemic and long-term by responding the root cause of women vulnerability, not only giving, not only symptom cure. Support women to claim back their production capacity by protecting women's knowledge as producers and artisans. And next, promoting micro market supply chains, so not monopoly, because this is women cannot really compete to the big market or the big capitalists. So that's why the micro market supply chain is very important. And the last one, but not least, promoting cooperative as a collective women-owned financial institution, business, and market. So if I still have time, then I have a very short video to close this presentation, Farah.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
You may open your video.
Yeah, I think I let the persons there to open the video. It's only 1 minute clips. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, Ibu Nani. We can now enjoy the video, 1 minute video that Ibu Nani has presented. There you go. Yeah. Is there any sound to it? Ada suaranya?
No sounds.
No sounds
Technical
yet?
It's okay.
So Ibu Nani is a woman-headed family empowerment. We call it PK, pemberdayaan perempuan kepala keluarga. This is a foundation that focus on empowering female heads of families to improve their livelihoods and to encourage them to be active in social and political life. Supported by the Mampu program, PK works in 20 provinces, 34 districts, and 129 villages. And this video can show you how women actually can be financially independent and become the breadwinner. So let's give a round of applause to all women as a breadwinner. All right.
Thank you, Mara.
Yeah. Ibu Nani, thank you so much for your presentation, and it is an honor to have you here. But please stay in Zoom because later on we will have back-to-back sessions with a lot of delegates. Yeah. All right. So we have really comprehensive perspective from 3 opening speakers, ladies and gentlemen. And now we need to move on to the next, which is spotlighting some key issues and international good practices in women's entrepreneurship and MSMEs. And to facilitate all 6 good practices, I am pleased to have Virginia Littlejohn, W20 delegates from United States. Virginia, you can take it from here. Hello, Virginia. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Can you please make Virginia louder, please? Because Virginia, can you hear my voice loud, clear?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So
And
Virginia, you can. What is it again?
I'm trying to turn on the video. You have me turned off centrally.
Yeah, but have you turned on your camera?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Can you turn it on?
Operator bisa dibantu untuk buka. Okay. Anyhow, probably there we can see you, Virginia. All right.
Okay.
Yes. You may chair this session.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it hugely. And happy International Women's Day, everyone. But first, I have to make a couple of housekeeping announcements to my panelists. The members of the W20 delegation tend to be extremely busy with many speeches on International Women's Day. And we've had several who have just had to drop out in the last couple of minutes, and because they have other speeches that they have to do today, and we're running a bit late. So they have sent me their speeches, and I'm going to ask 2 panelists to, after they do their speeches, if they would be able to read the speeches from Barbara Cleary and also Yeshim Sevig.
Virginia, I'm here. Barbara's here.
You are here. Okay.
Yes,
I may change.
also here.
Okay, terrific. So that's just back up. I'm awfully glad you're there. It's been an intense last 15 minutes. So, starting now my official presentation. In December of 2021, the Italian W20 created the Women Entrepreneurs Act initiative, known as We Act. It will have a multi-year focus on action and implementation of W20 policy recommendations this year in partnership with Indonesia's W20 presidency. The W20 and We Act, in collaboration with our longtime knowledge partner, the International Trade Center, launched a multi-year initiative last week to begin building knowledge and capacity to increase women's public procurement, an area in which women currently receive less than 1% of government spend globally. We Act will address other priority issues identified in previous W20 communiques and work with delegates on implementing them globally and nationally. We will create peer learning networks to do this, plus a global showcase of best practices and action alliances to accelerate progress in key areas impacting women's entrepreneurship. We also will develop knowledge partnerships and share informational resources, surveys, and webinars. We'll be sending out more information to all delegates as soon as the UN Commission on the Status of Women's March workshops have finished. Today, our W20 delegates will briefly profile some of the key issues impacting micro, small, and medium enterprises known as MSMEs, as well as several case studies of good practices in some of these areas. We'll start with Ann Simmons-Benton, co-head of the U.S. delegation to the W20, a principal in Deepwater Point, and deputy chair of the board of the Society for International Development. She'll set the stage for a number of issues with an overview on mapping and building the ecosystem, creating the policy framework, evidence-based policy making, the gender-clear best practice, and access to markets. She is covering multiple topics today, so we'll have 10 minutes. You have the floor, Anne.
Selamat malam to my Indonesian sisters and happy International Women's Day to all. As Virginia mentioned, I will touch on those points today, starting with mapping the ecosystem. When we think about how businesses grow and thrive, we discuss an ecosystem or business enabling environment. For women entrepreneurs, there's really also a separate ecosystem for women's businesses. A good ecosystem enables women's businesses at the micro, small, medium, and larger to start, to grow, and to thrive. While working with USAID, I helped to design a tool that analyzed the business ecosystem for women and was known as Gender Clear. It's a tool that everyone can use to look at the current state of the ecosystem, analyze barriers, and identify concrete ways that it can be improved. There are 3 earlier speakers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology, which everyone can use, and about cross-cutting findings across many countries to what is needed to build an enabling environment for women. So a little bit about the tool. Gender Clear is built on a methodology known as the Business, Climate, Legal, and Institutional Reform. And it was used to look at ecosystems across over 40 countries and used by USAID. It also has a 360-degree review of the institutions and the actors that contribute to it. After there is a baseline review and in-country diagnostic, Gender Clear produces a report to target reforms for improving the business enabling environment. The recommendations in that are used to help and prioritize the policy reform agendas for the government, for donors, for citizens, and civil society alike. So let's look at these 4 pillars for a second. First of all, there's the legal framework, the laws. But how closely do existing laws in a country reflect international norms and best practices? Laws are not enough, as we know. So secondly, we look at implementing institutions. So how well do implementers, such as ministry, enforcers, such as courts, carry out their duties in efficiency, transparency, and predictability? And do sometimes institutional behaviors of these institutions inadvertently create barriers to participation to women in predictability? The third pillar is supporting institutions. And especially for women, we know that civil society is so important. This also includes business women's associations. And so how are those supporting institutions connected? And how can they help look at laws that govern commercial pursuits for women? And finally, and fourth, social dynamics, which Nani addressed so well today. How well does the legal system respond to users of evolving needs? And there are other dynamics, such as the bias that's involved, that these systems do not address. So we need to include them in our analysis. The key issues confronting women in the business environment and the workplace are looked at across 7 topics, which will be familiar to all of you and which our other speakers will address today as well. Women's role in society, women in the private sector, women in labor, property, credit, trade, and women in criminal justice, looking at violence at home and the workplace and what that does for women. So identifying the ecosystem for women can be done in a general business environment, looking at the whole environment, or a standalone, just looking at the ecosystem for women. You can also use the same kind of analysis to look at sectors, emerging high growth sectors, and see what are the barriers to entry and opportunities to growth. The way I did this and the way Indonesia and other countries can do it is gathering a combination of international and local experts, bankers, lawyers, judges, experts, and facilitators. Then we conducted interviews, and interviews from all aspects of the business environment, members of the private sector, government, NGOs, associations, and academia. And finally, and a key part to the methodology, is a presentation is made to all the stakeholders and the key informants to validate the findings before the team finishes the report. Also, and very important, in a workshop, there's a deep dive into solutions from the stakeholders there and identifying who should act on these reforms. So I have a couple of examples where it's been used for other countries, but I'm going to leave that to possibly questions and answers or another panel. So one of the things I'd like to mention is what, after looking at many countries, what were the cross-cutting findings? And there were 5 that are very important to any ecosystem. Number 1, women's business association and sector associations are critical. And why? For 2 particular reasons: to advance the skills of women to men, either due to educational gaps or sometimes lack of work experience or even perception. And secondly, advocacy for women in their sector. So the second particular area that's really important for women, and I'll go into more detail in a minute, is market access. International trade and government procurement provide special opportunities for women. Third cross-cutting is building business skills. This is important for women in all sectors, and actually even in government leadership, that they have the basic business skills to really start and grow and be a leader. And fourth, preferential financing needs to be targeted for women from startup through growth phases. And 5, tracking and analysis to demonstrate the business case for success. And this is something we know is really important in building an evidence base. So that leads me to my second topic of market access, as we mentioned above. In the diagnostics that we conducted, we discovered, and no surprise to anyone here on International Women's Day, that women-owned businesses deliver in both products and services as well as male-owned businesses. However, women-owned business could not always compete as well on the domestic market due to social dynamics that buyers did not see women-owned businesses as competitive, or as again, as Nani mentioned, there is that bias. But in international markets, purchasers are more gender neutral and want the best price and quality. So it's positive, but then again, the barriers for international competition are greater, understanding costs of delivery, standards, et cetera. So while they're an opportunity, there are barriers as well. So the question becomes, how do we help women across markets? Domestic markets are much easier to access, but not if there are hidden constraints. This is where looking at government procurement and the right enabling environment may be beneficial for women-owned business. Providing the policy framework and setting targets for gender-responsive government procurement is vital. Additionally, corporations, the private sector, can introduce women into their supply chain and procurement processes with beneficial or preferential criteria. Governments can help this by providing incentives, tax rebates, tax credits, rebates, et cetera, to companies that utilize women-owned businesses. And once women are included as primes or subcontractors to big businesses, This can be the enhancement that allows women-owned business to compete, win, and succeed in future procurements. And countries can provide help through the Ministry of Foreign Trade, Chambers of Commerce, and business centers to link women to international markets, decrease the barriers for access, and ensure inclusion in global supply chains. And finally, e-commerce can be a way for micro and small medium enterprises to access both domestic and international markets. And we have seen that opportunity expand during COVID, but to realize the potential, the government needs to enhance the ecosystem. Finally, I would like to address the research and evidence-based policymaking, which was a cross-cutting finding in all those reports as well. It is critical to create baselines and measure results to demonstrate to policymakers that investing in creating the ecosystem for women also benefits the greater economy. And we had a great presentation by Mikala earlier about the evidence base. Universities, women's business associations, civil society can also participate in measuring the case for women's entrepreneurship and the benefit to the economy. As mentioned in my description for Gender Clear, it's not only the laws, but it is also the policies and regulations that are important to ensure that there's a good ecosystem. By tracking what measures work, we can create better policy making and level the playing field for women. Building the evidence base is critical to building a better ecosystem for women. This also underscores the important role that the W20 plays in country and global policymaking. Terima kasih banyak. Over.
Thank you so much, Anne. That was absolutely terrific. Barbara Cleary was Director of Equalities and Human Resources for a London borough. Subsequently, she established Head Start, which provides a range of services with a focus on change management, management development, and leadership. She is co-head of the W20's UK delegation. Today, she will be talking about the right to own property. Barbara, you have no idea how thrilled I am you're still there.
I don't know where that came from, but yes, I'm very much here. And
so,
hello to
thank you
everyone.
so much, and over to you, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. It's great to be here, and
Hello, Barbara.
I've really enjoyed all the wonderful presentations I've been listening to. We've heard a lot about the contribution that women can make to growing the economy. And I want to share some thoughts with you on access to finance and the need for legislation around inheritance and owning assets. We know that access to inheritance rights, ownership of assets, including land, and the means of accessing finance, women cannot participate in the economy, let alone start their own business. And the Sustainable Development Goals actually underscore the importance of rights to land and tenure security in achieving sustainable development. UN Women, to quote a statistic from them, even in countries where women constitute the majority of small farmers and do more than 75% of the agricultural work, they are routinely denied the right to own the land they cultivate and depend on to raise their families. Legislation is required for equal rights for women to finance and investments, ownership of land and assets, inheritance rights, pensions and insurance, mobile and cryptocurrency bank accounts, and devices to enable them to access these assets in order to achieve financial independence, self-sufficiency, and contribute to growing the economy. E-commerce assets such as domain names, patents, trademarks, and intellectual property should also be included in this list of collateral to allow entrepreneurships for MSMEs to flourish. The OECD have reported that women's rights must encompass rights to meaningfully participate in discussions and decision-making on land laws, policies and programs throughout the cycle of assessment and analysis, planning and design, budgeting and finance, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. However, only 52 countries at the moment guarantee these rights, both in law and practice, because of discriminatory customary laws. In W20 in Saudi Arabia, we referenced women's access to finance, which is mediated by banks and lenders who do not always understand the barriers women face, such as limited access to collateral, and thus fail to meet their needs. Accessing the capital necessary to start or grow a business often means taking a loan from a formal institution, from a family or friend, or investors. However, the realities women face during their domestic role and discriminatory social attitudes towards their capabilities often interfere with their ability to access the necessary finance for their entrepreneurial ambitions. For example, in South Africa, evidence reveals that banks often fail to take a gender-sensitive approach and can deny credits based on a higher risk perception given by women's multiple roles in society, which is unfounded, but nevertheless, it's still very much a reality. So as collateral, we know is required to allow MSMEs, women-owned businesses, all businesses to set up. We need laws, policies, and programs that ensure equality between men and women, as well as boys and girls, in all matters related to inheritance. We need to ensure that the surviving spouses have inheritance rights and discourage the practice of inheritance renunciation. We need to address inequalities between men and women in other spheres of marriage, such as in administration of marital property, so that such inequalities do not undermine women's autonomous decision-making over inheritance. We need to ensure the collection and analysis of sex disaggregated data and gender statistics to ensure inclusivity. We all keep saying that we can't say enough. Evidence, data is so important. Ensure that agricultural censuses focus attention on women's smallholders and farmers. Ensure provisions for inheritance and ownership of rights apply equally to displaced and indigenous women, including financial and digital training, to allow them to build and their financially secure futures. And to provide awareness campaigns, education, informing the public on gender equality and the women's rights to assets, land, and natural resources. We've got to change people's mindsets. And finally, ensure all women's equal participation in public and private life, in financial, economic, legal, and government decision-making in senior roles. That's where we make the policy. And we need women at those tables helping us to shape that policy so that it meets everybody's needs. And finally, I just want to say a few words about education, which is really important in terms of reskilling and upskilling investors in that. So what we need to do, we need to increase women and girls' financial literacy through training courses and learning by doing dynamics, so that they are able to understand how to access finance, what they need to do, what the arguments and the business case they need to make, and so on. And finally, we need to train the investment advisors to normalize work with women who own assets and businesses in order to enable women-owned and led businesses to grow and prosper and to grow job opportunities for others, including rural women. Thank you.
Virginia?
We are going to change the order slightly just to alert the speakers. We're going to be talking about associations next and then go back to finance. Women's business associations
Virginia,
are one of the most, yes.
Yeah, sorry, we have a slightly technical difficulties, but we can hear your voice clearly. So let's move on to the next. We still have 3 or 4 in your session?
We have 4.
4, okay. All right.
So we are having technical difficulties with one of the speakers. And so as a result of that, we're going to change the order of the agenda and discuss women's business associations before we discuss access to finance. Women's business associations are one of the most critical components in the women entrepreneurial ecosystem. Today, we'll be focusing on two aspects, starting with capacity building, including digital capacity building. Marina Gurgel is executive manager of the RME Institute in Brazil, which is providing capacity building to hundreds of thousands of MSMEs in Brazil via some very important, very significant grants. The floor is yours, Marina.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening for everyone. And my name is Marina. I'm the executive manager of RME, and I'm talking from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm very honored to be here to share the RME experience with you. And RME in English would be Women Entrepreneurs Network. It's a social business. It aims to promote women economic autonomy. And we have reached over 9 million women in the past 12 years. So we have been working in the past 12 years. In order to reach our goals, RME is going beyond the guidance of how to start or how to run a business. We learned that we need to teach as well soft skills such as leadership, so women would be empowered enough to use what they learned at their business or at their lives. Because we know it's always going beyond only the business, it changes women's life. And we have teach as well digital literacy, because we know digital world is coming closer and closer to all the women. So it's an issue that is becoming more and more important for all the women. And we provide as well business acceleration and mentoring and capital for women entrepreneurs. So we provide a full program so women can really reach the economic autonomy they need to live violent situations and all the problems they have been facing over in our country and most of the countries here. We as well provide capital for the women so they can invest in their business. And since 2020, we have donated over $6 million for women so they can invest at their business and they can get away from a very vulnerable situation, because we know that COVID has impacted the economic life of many women in many countries. In order to reach those women, we have been working with a partnership of companies, foundations such as Google and Mafre and Visa, as well with companies like Amazon and PepsiCo. And we understand that social and environmental agenda, such as gender equality, are becoming stronger and stronger in our society. So we understand companies want to be part of the change, and they need to be part of this change. So they are getting closer to social organizations that really can make an important impact in society as a whole. In the past 2 years, we have received from our partners over $11 million US, so we could reach all those women. I think we have working not only with partnership of companies, as well as other as NGOs and governments. So we have over 300 partners and 700 volunteers that have been helping us to reach those women in the most vulnerable situations. And we have the content that is produced from our specialists that are part of the network. So in the end of the day, it's women helping women to succeed. to have their own business, to generate income. And that is our role in Brazilian society. And we understand that when women succeed, women are more able to hire other women and to help all the communities. So when women succeed, all the communities succeed. That's the experience we would like to share.
Thank you so much, Marina. That was just terrific. And it is quite exciting that money. I think we will hear more about that in just a moment from our next wonderful speaker. Our second speaker on capacity building will focus on women's business associations and advocacy. Yeşim Sevig, a former woman entrepreneur, I believe a chocolate entrepreneur, and now Secretary General of KOTA, is an outstanding women's business association in Istanbul. They co-hosted the very first W20 summit in 2015, our first year of existence. Over to you, Yeşim. And again, thank you for staying with us despite our running over.
Thank you, Virginia. And thank you for the very nice words. Distinguished participants, W20 Indonesia Chair, W20 Indonesia team, and our dear friends in all over the world, all the W20 delegates. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Istanbul, and of course, Happy Women's Day to all of us. First, I would like to congratulate W20 Indonesia for this very powerful event that they're organizing on the 8th of March. And it is great to be here with you. As Virginia has said, I'm the Secretary General of KOTA Women Entrepreneurs Association of Turkey. And KOTA is a non-governmental organization that has been active since 2002. And our mission is to support women entrepreneurship and to improve women's participation in the economy. In line with G20 leaders' Brisbane Declaration, to close the gap by 25% by year 2025, we have a target of including 3 more million women in the employment and 50,000 more new women entrepreneurs by year 2025. And as Virginia has also mentioned, we had the honor of hosting the first W20 summit back in 2000 in Istanbul, and W20 was established back in 2015 during Turkey's G20 presidency. As we are all aware, supporting women entrepreneurs has a strong impact on empowering women. Like the theme of today's plenary, women-owned MSMEs are engines of inclusive growth. But one of the main obstacles that women business owners face globally is access to public procurement. In that respect, we are working in Turkey to enable women business owners to get more share from public tenders. Our ultimate objective is the implementation of law proposal that we have prepared for gender-responsive public procurement. Supporting women entrepreneurs and creating change require definitely an holistic approach, and it requires engagement of civil society, public and private sectors, as well as women entrepreneurs themselves. And an active lobbying and powerful advocacy strategy can only be guaranteed by the participation of all women entrepreneur organizations. So with that in mind, in Turkey, we have gathered around more than 40 women entrepreneur organizations under the Women in Business Network. And this network creates the strong voice of the women entrepreneurs nationwide. And a strong voice is definitely needed to negotiate with governmental bodies and to convince public. And also advocacy needs a real participatory mechanism and to understand the profile and the expectations of the women entrepreneurs. And for that we organized regional consultation meetings with women business owners and regional CSOs. And it needs a concrete roadmap, so we had created the communication strategy and the roadmap with external expertise. So a communication strategy is needed to create public awareness, which is as important as direct lobbying. And also to empower women CSOs and women entrepreneurs, and to increase advocacy, hearing the public authorities and understanding the current legislations to see what can be done is also necessary. Development of a model requires active participation of all experts around the topic, such as trade law, public procurement law, gender equality, labor market finance. So we organize search conferences with the public authorities and experts. And also it requires the comprehensive public dialogue with the related ministries and local authorities. Local authorities also, local governance has different governance plans and they have their own procurement methods. So just to be very quick, as a result of our intensive meetings with different parties, we have drafted the law proposal on public procurement with support of legal experts, and all the input from the women CSOs in the network were put in the law proposal. And again, together with the women business associations, we have created the local model for the municipalities to supply from women. To finalize, I would like once again to underline the importance of partnership of public, private, CSO, academia, and international organizations to move forward. And like Anne Simmons and Barbara have already emphasized, the evidence-based policy making, monitoring, and evaluation are very, very crucial. So I hope on the 8th of March in 2023, we will be talking about the progress on gender responsive public procurement and the progress on women-owned businesses. Thank you, and hope to see you in Istanbul.
Thank you so much, Yeşim, for your very inspiring remarks. And I know if Kagidere is behind advocacy in a serious way, we will be making enormous progress this coming year. We have two speakers on different aspects of access to finance today. The first is Anne Ravanona, founder and CEO of Global Invest Her, which has a global directory for women who are seeking angel investment. She is Irish by birth, lives in Paris, and is a delegate from the European Union. She'll also be driving angel investment for We Act this year. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you so much, Virginia. Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, guests, brothers and sisters of W20, very happy International Women's Day to you all. Today I'm going to talk about angel investing and how we can make a difference for SMEs. Angel investment is a huge opportunity to recover together, recover stronger, and build forward better together. Now, we've heard from many of our esteemed colleagues about the effect of COVID-19 and how it has affected more women and especially micro and small businesses. We've all had to adapt, think smarter, and innovate, and we can do the same thing when it comes to angel investing. I personally truly believe to help reignite the global economy, and I work at that daily at my own company and through my advocacy, especially here in W20 and through We Act. So if we really want to truly change things, we should turn to angel investors, because they are the ones that invest at the very early stage of a company's development. And so we can actually help by angel investors investing in SMEs early on, they can help those companies increase their revenues and their profits, and therefore become more attractive to later stage investors. So that's why angel investing is absolutely critical, because we want more and more SMEs to grow into bigger SMEs and to scale ups as well. That's the next stage. So angel investment is an important part of that process. So let's remind, what is angel investing? An angel investor is a private person who invests their personal money in a company in exchange for share of the business. And so that means that actually, if you've got disposable income, you could be an angel investor. And I want to share a little bit more about that. Because when you become an angel investor, you can invest in what you want, in what you care about. You can invest in the change that you want to see in the world. You can get great tax reductions. You can impact your community locally and globally. You can learn new things, whether it's a new sector or go deeper into your sector or new networks. You can bring smart money to those women entrepreneurs because you open up and you bring your networks and your competence and your knowledge to those women, because access to markets is key, as we've heard. And remember, angel investing tends to be very local with a focus on a city or country basis. So, you know, we can make this and you can interact on a local and a global scale. So what are the challenges we see today in angel investing? We need more women angels. Worldwide, women angels make up between 10 to 20% of all angels. And we need to start counting the women at the percentage in those networks as well, in the mixed networks, because we don't know how many there are. We need to start building connections between women angel networks worldwide to join forces and resources for more advocacy and visibility. We need to have more training and mentoring for new angels on access to their networks. And we need to also change angel network managers. We need to train them, give them more funding and resources to manage those networks. You can't be what you can't see. And we need, therefore, to showcase successful women angels and angel networks and show the impact they are having on women MSMEs. We need more communication from angel associations and global advocacy, such as creating a global report on women's angel investing, like what we see in venture capital. We need a global report on women's angel investment. So what are the key trends in angel investment generally? Generally, we're seeing much more women-focused sources of funding. Thankfully, VC funds, angel networks, crowdfunding websites, pitching, grants, and bank loans. And in particular, what's changed since COVID? We're seeing more remote investing. And that's good because that means where we tend to invest locally as an angel, we can start to grow that scope. So that's good because we're doing it more online. We're seeing more values-driven investing, thanks to our values being really put to rude test during COVID. There is more deal flow. There are women entrepreneurs more women stepping up for funding. And the key sectors that we're seeing that are ripe for angel investment, of course, are healthcare, wellness, edtech, femtech, collaborative platforms, silver care, the economy, and agri-tech. All those things that we can do to build back better. Things are not moving fast enough, so we need to move forward. Some best practices in angel investing in mixed and women-only angel networks. There's some great boot camps going on for angel investing. So I will share that with you afterwards through Virginia. And I'd like to showcase 37 angels, pipeline angels. They're excellent. And in particular in the the UK government has a very good policy on angel investments called EIS and SEIS, where personal angels like you can get 50% back on the money you invest in a tax reduction. So that's interesting. So how can you become an angel? Start by doing equity crowdfunding. That way you can start to get a little piece of a company. Go to pitch competitions and startup events or local women entrepreneur events. Find your local angel association and seek out those experienced angels and start investing alongside the experienced people before you branch out and grow further. Stay tuned because you've heard from Virginia. You're going to hear more from We Act, our action coalition, to increase the number of angel investors and angel networks through peer learning, action coalitions, and best practice showcases. And my call out to you, women, become angel investors. Men, invest more in women-owned SMEs. Governments, create attractive tax incentives for investors to invest in women entrepreneurs. And remember, last thing, the power of your purse. The best form of funding, everybody, for women entrepreneurs is to buy our products and services, and that you can all start doing now. So, Michaela reminded us that gender equality is the smart thing to do, so be smart. Switch on the power of your purse so that we can recover together, recover stronger, and build forward better.
Thank you so much, Anne Ravanona. Our second financial speaker is Ayaka Matsuno, a Japanese delegate who formerly worked with the UN Development Agency program, the International Labor Organization, and the Japanese International Development Program known as JICA. She now runs a $100 million gender investment and innovation program for the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Tokyo. It's called the Asia Women Impact Fund, or AWIF. Ayaka, you have the floor. Ayaka, were they able to get you unmuted and get the camera working?
There are so Ayaka, but Ayaka, can you turn on your camera?
She was apparently having trouble. That's why we changed the order.
Yeah, and we also have pretty much technical difficulties here too. But we hope Ayaka is still over there.
The last I heard from her, Ayaka, can you speak and see if we can hear you? Because she has really important information to share with us.
Yeah, I bet so. Ayaka, can you hear us? Okay then. Virginia, maybe you can fill it in.
Well, I do not have, wait. Ayaka? Okay, I do not have a copy of Ayaka's speech, but let me see what I can remember. The Sasakawa Peace Foundation is an organization that during the Japanese W20, after it was over, Megumi Ishimoto, who co-chaired women's entrepreneurship and finance with me at that point, went to meet with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, which is a very distinguished foundation that is probably one of the main foundations in Japan that focuses on gender. At that point, they did not have a gender specialist, and Megumi, who had very important social enterprise in Japan, and I met with them about how extremely important we thought it was that they have a major program focusing on women's entrepreneurship. We did this about a week after the Japanese summit was over. And with the breathtaking background that Ayaka-san has, again, her name is Ayaka Matsuno. She's the director of the Asian Women Impact Fund, focused on gender investment and innovation. She has a $100 million fund that is a Pan-Asian fund, as I understand it. And since she was not able to participate in this program because of some technical challenges, she's been on Zoom all day and everything was working fine for her earlier. But I will make sure that she is profiled within a future We Act initiative, because it's very important that we develop relationships like this at the global level, at the regional level, etc. So all of the ASEAN and East Asian W20 should be very, very interested in what the AWIF program is like. They're an incredibly sophisticated impact investment organization. Megumi had told me a lot about them beforehand. And when I saw Ayaka's bio on the Sasakawa website, I thought, oh my goodness, what breathtaking experience this woman has. She's so well trained, and not only academically, she also was a TV program director, the only woman who was the TV program director with NHK, the big Japanese entity. So we will hear more of the magnificent Ayaka. And I am so sorry she is not able to be with us because we could have learned so much from her. So I would like to say many thanks to our wonderful W20 delegates for their insightful contributions today. In honor of International Women's Day, we wish the world peace, prosperity, and equality. Thanks to our wonderful panelists today. Back to you, Deba.
Thank you so much, Virginia, for the back-to-back sessions. And thank you so much for Ann Simmons, Barbara Cleary, Ayaka Matsuno, even though she was here, but unfortunately she cannot make it, probably because of the technical problems. Thank you so much to Ana Rafanona, Marina Gurgel, and Yasim Savage. And we have so many data and also facts about the good practices from your countries. It's an honor to have you all. And hopefully we could see each other tomorrow night, yeah, in Indonesia time. All right, thank you so much again, Virginia. So after hearing 3 opening presentations and 6 good practices, I would like to invite several delegates and participants to give their comments. Ya, mungkin yang ada di sini ingin memberikan komen atas 3 opening presentation kita dan juga tadi ada good practices from delegates, ya. So I would like to invite Etienne Parizol. Are you there, Etienne? To give 1 or 2 minutes comments on the issue.
Yes, sorry, I was confused by the schedule. Yes, I'm happy to share some words about our experience on the ground with directors of companies and CEOs of different enterprises. And so the starting point is at the source of our organization, which is called Jamais sans elles, as you can see behind me. It means never without them in English, well, in French. So it started with a call, which is a commitment by which a signatory commits to never participate anymore to a panel or roundtable or jury or public debate or conference, anything, if there are only men. So that's a very simple principle, which can be applied immediately by anyone. It's just in our hands. It does not depend on the law or whatever. You just do it. I mean, if you're serious about gender equality and women representation and participation in public debate and economy, you just don't go if there are no women, and not tomorrow. You just do it now. It's really up to you. So this proved very efficient, that, and it led many men to simply cancel their participation to events, and it puts a lot of pressure on organizers. And this raised considerably the level of awareness of this problem of women representation in particular. Then based on this principle, we started to work with private companies and enterprises to build charters to help them accompany their transformation towards inclusive and gender balance management and development. So these charters are co-elaborated, and so of course they include the Jamais sans aide principle, but they go much further, adapting to the context of the different businesses. So not only the CEO of the company, but all the board members signed the Jamais sans aide commitment on their own name, but they had additional disposition for the ruling of the company. Not only for their external presentation, but also their internal meetings and communication and their relation with clients and so on. They always have to include women. And this works very well because, in fact, it's not a request from us to the companies. It's a request of the companies. They come to us and help them to make progress in the recognition and inclusion of women in the leadership position and things like that. So they put pressure on them on themselves to make a change, and they are committed to respect the charter because they co-elaborated it. So I think this is a good way forward. First, you must be convinced that equality and full participation of women in leadership is good for everyone, and then you take official commitment that prevents you to go backwards when it looks easier. So I don't know, if I may say just one word, I'd like to point out that companies understand more and more that it's in their best interest to pay attention to gender equality and promotion of women talent. And the way I see it is that there's some sort of what I would call an anti-Peter principle. You're probably familiar with the Peter principle, which observes that the employees are promoted based on their success in previous jobs and until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent. And so eventually any position ends up being occupied by someone who has reached their level of incompetence, and that's obviously not good. But I think that women rarely reach their level of incompetence because they are stopped before. And not just before, which would be good, I guess, but long before. And that's obviously bad. And that's not only unfair for women, that's tragic for everyone, actually. So this must be corrected. And I think the managers will understand that this is, I mean, if they understand this interest, they are ready to put high pressure on themselves to achieve the best use of available competence. And that's good news. So thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Etienne, for your comments. And I would like also to have Ibu Diah Eko from Kohani, Bidang Pendidikan, to have 1 or 2 minutes comments. Go ahead, Ibu Diah Eko. Silahkan, Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much to moderator for the time given to me. I want to highlight the presentation, 3 presenters, Ms. Emily, Ms. Makala, and Ibu Nani. My experiences, research, and assisting business of culinary, jamu, heritage traditional, business in village tourism. I have found many problems, namely, to Ms. Emily, financial problems. The traders have very small capital, non-bankable, and difficult in administration. It was mostly happen to developing countries in general. Therefore, my recommendation for government to give more access easily to women entrepreneurs. Second, for economic gender problems, women are weak in information and technology. But at this time, there is an acceleration by COVID-19 times, especially from direct sales to virtual, like GoFood and GoSend. My comment to Ibu Nani. My recommendation, government should provide how to help women understand, practice the internet business by education and training. For women roles in microbusiness, government policy on assistance in small microbusiness, government should be consistent and provide structural assistance by sending duty officer. That's all my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Ibu. Thank you so much, Ibu Dia Eko. Dan and another comments from Ibu Hikmah Dini. I would like to have you in front of the flags. Ibu Hikmah Dini is from Koani Economic section. Go ahead, Ibu.
Good morning and good evening. The common problem of female entrepreneurs, either those who heal or own, MSMS is less. Access to external financial, lack of professional network, and this difficulties to get advice when facing a business, a crisis, etc. So we hope this W22 should find a concrete solution for all those problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Hikmah Dini. And I guess that's the end of our session. We hope that you get a lot of underlining important points from all the speakers. And we are very sorry for any technical difficulties that we face, but let's hope that we can hear all of the speakers, what were they saying and what are actually the key of this session means. All right, so I guess I have to, so I guess I have to end the session, and inviting you to join the day 2 session tomorrow around 3 o'clock Indonesia time. Thank you so much for your participation, for your attention, and once again, sorry for the delay a little bit. I'll see you tomorrow. My name is Faradiba signing off, and I'm giving the floor to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause to our speakers and all, of course, our moderator and fruitful discussion session tonight. This is guest, ladies and gentlemen, to underline some of the important keys from today's agenda. We would like to invite W20 co-chair, Ibu Dian Siswarini, to give remarks and also key takeaways. Please welcome.
Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished Women 20 delegates and invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to share some remarks and key takeaway from today's session. How fitting for us here gathered tonight, not only to celebrate International Women's Day, but also collaboratively seek ways to accelerate gender equality in the world through economic inclusion. Concrete commitments from W20 were launched on the first part of the event, which we hope similar opportunities will rise during our presidency. On behalf of W20 Indonesia Committee, I would like to extend our gratitude to all parties who took part in today's productive conversation on economic inclusion, especially in women-owned MSMEs. Highly appreciate the high quality of the many relevant remarks and addresses. Allow me to take this opportunity to summarize the points that I understood were raised during today's event. Most of the speakers tonight pointed out that integral role of women-owned MSMEs in economic growth and as the nexus to drive the economic recovery post the COVID-19 pandemic. However, numerous challenges are facing women that hinders them to actively participate in the economy, especially women-owned MSMEs. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on micro, small, and medium enterprises in terms of financing, production, distribution, and also market demand. Women face greater exclusion and constraints to accessing and using financial products and services. Moreover, financial products available are often unsuitable for women. Furthermore, this pandemic tripled the unpaid care work, which hindered women from actively participating in the workforce, which impacted the national GDP. We also listened to various experiences and good practices from across the globe, from Indonesia, the US, the UK, Turkey, Brazil, EU, and also Japan. We have listened multifaceted challenges, but also opportunities in growing MSMEs across the globe, which we could utilize to make women-owned MSMEs becoming stronger and stronger. Some insights we have gathered from tonight's session are as follows. 1. It is integral to create an ecosystem for women empowerment so that women could grow their entrepreneurships. Second, the importance of formal financial access to women-owned MSMEs. Mapping of available options for financial support is integral, such as angel investors. The third, however, micro-lending not only focus on access to financial resources, but also ensure that women have control over their assets and financial decision-making. The fourth, basic business skills for women-owned MSMEs is important to ensure MSMEs could sustain and grow. The fifth, creating women's business association is integral to open access to market and increase support between women entrepreneurs. Tonight, I was inspired by the speakers, and I hope all of the participants here are inspired too. However, we need to work together closer collaboratively to ensure that the women-owned MSMEs could grow their business sustainably. If you support MSMEs, you support women. Let me assure you that the W20 will rely on guidance provided by this meeting to further develop our collective insights for communique. We will work closely with delegates, knowledge partners, and supporters to ensure that the results achieved during this meeting are properly used in the preparation of W20 communique. Thank you again, and good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Ibu Dian, for the remarks, and please have a seat. Bapak Ibu hadirin kami hormati, sebagai informasi ada banyak sekali agenda penting yang bisa Bapak dan Ibu ikuti bersama besok di hari kedua. Perlu kami sampaikan, ada di antara agenda tersebut mohon berkenan untuk bisa menikmati hidangan breakfast dari pukul 6 sampai dengan pukul 7 di Branches Resto Golden Tulip, dan selanjutnya bersama-sama akan berangkat menuju Mall Bunga Sidomulyo BATU dengan titik kumpul di lobi hotel. Berikutnya nanti Bapak dan Ibu bisa menikmati suasana di Mall Bunga Sidomulyo dari pukul 7:30 sampai dengan pukul 10 pagi dan dilanjutkan dengan mengunjungi UMKM Arjuna 999 serta menuju BATU Love Garden atau Baloga. Nanti Bapak dan Ibu juga bisa menikmati hidangan lunch di sana. Dan kembali lagi ke tempat kita berada saat ini dari jam 1 sampai setengah 2. Kemudian kita akan mengunjungi UMKM Expo di Ballroom 3 Golden Tulip Hotel atau di sisi samping sebelah ballroom tempat kita berada saat ini. Karena banyak sekali produk-produk unggulan UMKM pemerintah Kota Batu. Boleh dong tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk UMKM Kota Batu yang luar biasa. Dan besok acara akan kita mulai di ballroom ini tepat pukul 3 waktu Indonesia Barat. Jadi mohon berkenan sebelum itu Bapak dan Ibu bisa bergabung bersama kami tepat pukul 3 atau sebelum pukul 3 sore waktu Indonesia Barat. This is guys, ladies and gentlemen, in this special occasion we would like to present to you W20 Committee Indonesia Presidency. Please enjoy.
We believe discussion on the role and leadership of women in development, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, through the G20 will create expansive global effect.
Women participation are critical to fostering a resilient, sustainable and viable economic as well as on a society.
We must create a platform for women to inspire one another, to push for changes, seize opportunities, and reach for the stars.
In face of crisis and uncertainty, it is indeed very challenging, not only for Indonesia and G20 member countries, but across the globe.
Recover together equally is important to ensure that in recovering from pandemic situation and rebuilding our economy, no one is left behind. We must ensure that women are equipped and empowered equally for achieving that inclusivity.
We wish everyone a great day, a great health, and a great decisions. Perempuan berdaya, Indonesia maju.
Women economic empowerment and inclusion is the key in achieving 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and technology is the enabler.
People was the very first pillar of our G20 presidency, stressing on the fact that for developing a post-pandemic recovery.
And thirdly, by involving non-official public audiences, including those of us here through the W20, in the development of global economic policy.
In terms of good practice for women's economic inclusion, well, we need to facilitate their access to finance and capital.
We must continue to speak out loud for the elimination of policy discrimination to create equality, security, and welfare for women.
Another concept that I like to introduce, which is relevant to gender transformative approaches, humanitarian development and peace nexus.
Encouraging service to be more gender sensitive so that they can have arrived at victim recovery.
So why don't entangle this issue with human security? Because world leaders usually very much dealing with strategic issues.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause to W20 Committee Indonesia Presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and of course, thank you for your support, your great participation in this special occasion. And of course, I would like to thank you to Ibu Uli, Ibu Dian, thank you. To Ibu Sita, Ibu Dwi, Ibu Tandri, Ibu Diba, Ibu Lisha, Ibu Irma, Ibu Angel, Ibu Yayu, Ibu Isti, Ibu Pru, Ibu Ayu, Mas Andi, Ibu Dina, Ibu Adel, Ibu Pertiwi, Mbak Dena, Mbak Echa, and all of distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this is the first day. We have so special agenda tomorrow for the second day, such as virtual workshop from Ibu Yasmin Wiryawan from Sisternet, and also Ibu Peti Fatima from Wadita, Pagusaha, Febida. So please join us at 3 p.m. in this ballroom. Thank you. I'm Abil Faiza. So have a nice day, have a nice night, and enjoy BATU Kota Bunga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya pemirsa, demikian serangkaian acara hari pertama dari gelaran W20 Indonesia 2022. Semoga dengan adanya acara ini setiap perempuan dapat memiliki akses yang lebih baik untuk pertumbuhan perekonomian. Mewakili kerabat kerja yang bertugas, saya Aris Amelia. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa, and Happy International Women's Day.
Mari Bu Wali Kota, Ibu ikuti. Ayo sekarang Bu. Mari Bu. Ada yang di bawah, ada yang di tengah. Mari Bu, silakan Bu.